Hey, howdy, hey, everybody. How are you doing? All right, we're going to get back to this. Got a bit more to go. Then we're on to the other pieces of artwork. I'm going to go as long as I can tonight. Okay, so audio is operational. Just want to double check that before we went too much further. Anyway. Let me reorganize my windows a little bit. There we go. Hey, how's it going, Jersey? Good morning to you. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's what happened. Okay. Wrong button. Wrong button. Here we go. Now we fill this. Yeah, fill it with that dark color. So now we actually have that. The goal for tonight is to finish this, after which is to go back and touch up whatever pieces of artwork seem necessary to update. Just going to go as long as we can before it becomes impractical. I saw something on the news earlier today. It wasn't mainstream news, it was kind of a side thing. And it mentioned something interesting. It mentioned that there were kind of mentioned one of the challenges of the next couple of years is going to be related to a combination of housing, a housing crisis, a debt crisis, and a population crisis. And it's been really kind of eating at my mind ever since I heard about it. Because I realized that the population crisis is, well, it compounds. It gets astronomically worse as time goes on. There is a way to correct it, but it is not an easy overnight sort of thing. And the reason why I keep thinking about it is because there's a lot of businesses that have made it taboo in order to try and tell people, hey, maybe profit isn't the only goal people should be having. I know, horrible sort of thing to claim, right? Some companies have this philosophy that if it's not profit-driven, then it's doomed. I think that's incredibly ignorant. I think if it's profit-driven, you have momentary success, but you fail longevity. So one of the great things about Walt Disney is that he had this understanding that the world is... where did I put that layer? Oh, I'm down here. That the world is important for people to go out and live life. It's a revolutionary sort of idea. I mean, it's not super revolutionary, but it's super revolutionary in terms of what businesses want. And I keep thinking about this because there's some folks I know. They work at a business that is related to education. And they don't have any kids. None of them. Well, okay, there's some that have kids, but they're from kind of They're kind of broken families in one way, shape, or form. So thus raises the question, what's the big to-do? I mean, a lot of families in this country come from broken households. What's the big deal? The big deal is that they are related to an industry that's supposed to be caring for kids. So thus it kind of makes it a little weird. Like, why are you the ones that are in charge of helping to raise the kids of a community if you don't have kids yourself? Same sort of thing. If you work for a toy company and you don't have kids, why are you working at a toy company? Now, of course, you can be working at a place like that just because you found employment. I'm not going to challenge that. But here's the thing to consider. If you work at a place like that, and you don't have a family, you don't have kids, are you not endangering your own business? I've mentioned this a couple of times before, and each time I kind of get the same sort of response from, well, the experts, so to speak. And they'll say something along the lines of, that's just gross that you would think that people need to have kids so they actually have a future for their business. That's just sick. Like, no, the sick thing is thinking that kids don't matter. And I keep pondering this because we really are at a very important point in our culture. In about 5-10 years, we're going to start feeling the impact. Actually, we've already started. Schools have started closing down because the kids aren't there. It's already started. Soon, businesses are going to be in that same sort of position. I dare say a lot of them have already closed down. We just don't realize that this is one of the reasons. There was a town in Japan that was in the news, and I felt so sorry for them. They had a school in which they were very dedicated and hardworking teachers, and they had, what was it, a dozen students in a building that's meant to house maybe 200. 200, and they had a dozen. When they had 4 new transfer students, was it 4 or was it 3? Either way, less than 5. They had a few transfer students, and they had a celebration because they had not had new students in forever. Think about that. Your world right now feels very normal. Do you realize that in a couple of years, that fear that people have of liminal spaces is going to happen to us all? I've heard that it's already begun for some folks. They see the writing on the wall. They can sense that it's coming, and they don't know what to do about it. I posted this on X yesterday about liminal spaces because it just keeps eating at me. It's the realization that all these industries that demonized families are now on the verge of going belly up because there's no one to replace them. There's no one to build the future for. There's people out there that actually think that their future is to make people live longer, and that is the only sort of goal they need. That's incredibly dark. That's the end of your line. And you don't have any sort of consideration for the generation that you robbed? No, people should not be dwelling on that sort of stuff. We should be dwelling on the fact that we have been given the role to help bring about the next generation. And for the first time in the history of the world, the entire globe seems to have said, nope, we're not going to do that. Forget that. I blame companies. I would blame parents. I would blame, but I blame schools and I blame businesses because they're the ones that profited off of this concept. They're the ones that sold this vision of dystopia to people for generations. We're finally starting to live it now. And they're like, oh, well, it's all these lower class people's fault. Oh, well, don't worry. We'll have automation replace them. Companies wanted to replace everybody from the beginning. One of the most rebellious things you can do these days is to raise a family. Do you realize that? One of the most rebellious and radical things is to say, I'm going to focus on bringing about a family. And that is extremist sort of behavior. Well, anyway, we will get to see now what the world looks like from a liminal space. And very soon, we will go down the streets of our homes, of our hometowns, and we will wonder where the sound of vehicles are. We'll wonder where the sound of kids laughing is. By the way, that's already disappearing. I heard from someone recently that was mentioning about how in their neighborhood, they haven't seen kids in years at this point, and they're actually even beginning to wonder if kids are even in the area because they don't seem to be inside either. So it's already starting. So what do we do? How can we reset? Well, if I knew how to do that, things would have been a little different for my life. But I do realize that there's not a lot of people that have clear direction, period. I find that actually kind of surprising. Even people that are supposed to be the experts don't have the faintest idea what to do. And it's like, there's one thing, folks. Just focus on your local community. No, we got to figure out something else. No, start at the local community. Liminal spaces sounds like a utopia for introverts. It does, doesn't it? But see, the introvert can do that, so to speak, because, well, everyone else is working. Back in the day, people that isolated and were the introverts would become woodsmen. They go off into the wilderness, and you never see or hear from them again until somebody stumbled upon their property, and then they were all bent out of shape that, you got on my darn property. Yeah, that's part of American culture. It is something where a lot of people fantasize about having something like that. I know somebody where he made a business decision for him and his wife. They just left everyone. They went out into the wilderness and wanted to just disappear. And it doesn't work that way. And so, after a while, civilization found them. You can only hide from this world for so long. Eventually, you have to face it. Eventually, we're going to have to realize as a culture that we're going to have to come together way closer than people these days are comfortable doing. I want you to think about that. Back in the 80s and the 90s, people still interacted. It was kind of culturally expected of them to interact. You can go through most of your life now and never once interact with somebody, either face-to-face or even in text. If you wanted, you can just live right now through an app, and the app can do all the sorts of things that you want. You can buy food that way, you can be able to make orders that way, you can even make a living that way, and you never have to see somebody again. It's until something goes wrong, and then you need somebody. Isn't depopulation like a natural thing in preparation for AI? It's not like humans would disappear. We just don't need so many humans anymore. In a way, but here's the thing. This is something where we were told when mankind was created, God sent everyone out and said, "Go forth and populate the earth, multiply." And people did. Well, they didn't entirely. There was a moment when mankind rebelled. Well, there's many times that mankind rebelled, but there's one in particular that this happened. Shortly after the world was flooded, Noah and his family got out of the ark, and they settled in the land that we would now know of as kind of Iraq, that sort of area, the Fertile Crescent. The people that came from those that were the descendants of the survivors, they said, "We don't want to be scattered across the face of the earth. Let's build a monument in order to basically elevate mankind, to draw everyone together, and so that we will not be dispersed across the earth." God looked down and he realized they were in the process of rebelling. They were preparing to maintain a very small footprint on the world. That was not what God wanted. He wanted mankind to be the caretakers. We were the gardeners that he placed on this earth. And so he reached down and he confused the languages. All the beautiful and wonderful languages of the world were created in a moment. And suddenly they could not understand one another. And they split up based upon their language groups. And they went into the east, they went north, they went into the west, and some of them stayed there. If you look at the root of languages, you will notice that there are several branches that all seem to spark from a couple of root languages, of which you can trace those back to that moment in history. This is the one thing about AI that I've been arguing for a long time. I think AI is deceptive. I don't think it's as powerful as people think it is, and it's also more powerful than people want to believe. What do I mean by that? I mean, some people think that AI is almost like a deity. Some of them are even worshiping it already. They're acting as if it's a god. There's other people that don't believe AI can do anything. They think it's a hoax. So some people, they're assuming that it can do more than it actually can. And there's some people that are doubting that it has any sort of real ability to cause harm. And so thus they're going to be blindsided by a lot of the damage it can do. The damage is not quite what we would maybe expect from something like that. And so for me, I'm more along the skeptical side. I don't think AI is as powerful as people make it out to be, but I also believe that it will cause great harm because people are inherently sinful and they want to create this monstrosity for whatever purpose. I think it's satanic, honestly. I think somebody of very ill intent has been kind of prompted in their heart to want to do this. So I'm incredibly skeptical, and I will maintain that skepticism for years to come. That's one of the reasons why I don't believe that it will actually replace people, and thus we shouldn't be depopulating. We were meant to spread and to be found on every corner of the earth. There are many corners that have yet to be filled. You know what's interesting is that wildlife around human beings will skyrocket. Now, there's times where it doesn't happen. People can be destructive, and they can end up sabotaging the wildlife. And I'm not referring to that. I'm referring to if you have people that are living alongside the land as caretakers, the land will thrive with them. And I think that a lot of people want to depopulate this world are have some very sinister sort of reasons for that. Look at the people that are some of the biggest advocates for it, and you will see them saying all sorts of terrible sorts of claims about what AI is going to do for the future, and they're saying it hopefully in a hopeful sort of manner, but the things that they're promising are incredibly dark. Things like you won't have to work anymore. The AI will work for you. We've already seen what that does to people. We're meant to work. We're meant to toil. If we don't toil, well, we start to become discouraged. We start to feel like we have no purpose. We have no hope. We have no reason for living. Right now, there's more depression in this world than ever before. I dare say it is the most depressed age that history has ever seen. It's a first for many things. It's the most depressed, it's the most isolated, it's the most technologically advanced, it was the most populated, and soon to be the steepest decline ever. Depopulation is what the elites want. They want there to be less people, because then they can control them better. Their machines will replace people, and it's only going to be after they start swapping them out that they realize, dang, we actually need human beings. Some places are already hiring their people back. Not every company. Some companies are refusing. I'm not referring to those, but I am referring to the ones that have already fired people. And well, let me put it this way. Everybody's going to be in different stages of this chaos. The place I'm working at, for a while, was actually toying with the idea of replacing people with AI. Not replacing entirely, but to start the process of doing that. Thankfully, they pulled back on that. They started to see the writing on the wall. They started to hear the stories, and they started getting word from many people that they were worried about their job. And so they stopped pushing it. Now, it doesn't stop them from using it, but it does mean that people are starting to see the cracks in that sort of theory. And that's one of the big things. The elites want there to be depopulation, not because the AI is going to replace them necessarily. It's easier to control a small number of people than a large number. And I think the elites kind of know that their power is slipping, and so they have to get rid of the potential of someone to rise up against them. I do believe that there's a revolution coming. I don't know when it will happen. And I'm not concerned about it, because I think that it's a much needed sort of revolution that's going to take place. But I do dread the level of evil that will probably happen as a result. People who are Christians are going to need to stand their ground and say, no, let us hold to ethics. Let's hold to what the scriptures say. We have to resist communism. Communism is the most destructive force of government that the world has ever known. More people have died under communism than any other. And there are people out there that are pushing for communism as the solution. Like, hey, the machine's going to take over. Let's invest in communism. And, well, some people are going to try that. I think that a lot of places are going to try that. I think a lot of people are going to get hurt. Communism has always resulted in starvation. Always. In fact, there's some good reasons to believe that communism is inevitably, every single time, going to end in starvation. And here's why. Let's say, for example, the machine does take over. It's dealing with all the food production. Companies are rising. They're unifying. Amazon becomes a titan of industry. And they fire everybody. And everybody's living off of a government handout. Eventually, someone in that chain of command comes up to Jeff Bezos, says, Mr. Bezos. Mr. Bezos, his head is in a jar because his body perished years beforehand. Mr. Bezos, we're the number one company in the world. Excellent. Just as I have planned, he says. Evil Bezos then says, what else can we do? Well, sir, we've been evaluating the numbers, and, well, people don't like the fact that you are the only gig in town. What do those people care about? They're not working for this company. They get our handouts. Those insufferable wretches. They're getting dissatisfied. They're getting the desire for freedom to choose. Oh, those evil people, how dare they always result of the desire for freedom. Ugh, it makes me disgusted. Why aren't they just happy with the pods that we gave them? Why don't they just be happy with the free food that we give them? Because, sir, they say their children are perishing. We got medications for that. Their children are shells. They don't have a whole lot of life in them. They're acting weird, and the parents know it. Insufferable wretches. You know what? We'll ease their pain. Just make sure that they don't procreate anymore. But if you do that, you won't have anyone to make all your products for. Yeah, obviously. If there's no customers, there's no need to produce more. I can just get myself a bigger mansion. Power corrupts. And the desire for goodwill is very short-lived at the very top. People like you and me are going to be merciful and kind to one another. We're at the bottom. Well, I don't know where you necessarily are in the hierarchy of your country, but I know that very few of us, if we are on Twitch or if we're on YouTube or whatnot, we have no idea what it's like to be at the top. Except some of us do. Some of us have seen it, and I have seen it. I've gotten to see what people do when they have power. I've gotten to see the look of disdain they start to get for everybody else. If you have power, why do you want to give up anything? Why would you want to share what you had? If you're someone that comes from the lower classes, you're like, oh, well, because I remember what it's like to be at the bottom. There are people at the top who are stealing from the government. They're stealing from corporations. They're stealing through tax avoidance. And like, all these people are avoiding accountability. If you give them more power, they will abuse it even more. No communist nation has ever endured. Everyone has become a hellhole. There was a moment here in the New World where everyone was aware of the beautiful and wondrous nation of Venezuela. It was the jewel of South America, the pinnacle of what was possible in the southwestern hemisphere. Then communist revolutionaries took over. And at first the people were happy. And I know some people that were there. And one day, for one of them, the father came back and said, everyone, get in the car, we're leaving. And they got into the car and they started driving, and he said, what's wrong? The father turned back to him and said, our neighbors were just killed. They drove through the city, and anyone who had even just the smallest fortune was being robbed and slain in the streets. That was Venezuela. I got to meet that person who escaped. Told me the story about where they came from. And I had heard that it was bad. But I never met somebody who actually had fled because their neighbors, well, because the nation decided that they were going to turn on them. Mercy is forgotten when you have no one to answer to. If the government becomes the pinnacle of truth, which communism always does that, then they will always abuse it. See, if you believe that there is a higher power, you fear judgment. You fear that God will judge you. But if you are the pinnacle of power, like many communist countries, you don't fear that. And so thus, you are the sole source of truth. That's one of the reasons why if you go over to China, for example, you will see that people, even if they have a religious freedom, they all are required to pay the first homage to the state. That's why they'll have a church over in China, but they will also have a picture of Xi Jinping or Mao Zedong over top of the cross. The state is trying to become God. Venezuela is an incredible place. China is an incredible place. Cuba was an incredible place. Every one of them destroyed by communism. Russia was an incredible place once upon a time. In some ways it still is, but a lot of it has disappeared because Russia was destroyed by communism. And so thus it has never quite recovered. Vietnam, my Vietnamese friend that fled from their country mentioned about what it was like to live there during that war, and what it was like afterwards. It's sobering to hear those stories. But it's even more sobering to start to realize that it can happen anywhere, and you don't know when or where it will strike next. If you ever want to wonder, revolutions are often brutal, absolutely. If you ever want to know what would happen during a communist takeover, let me put it this way. Because it is true, there are a lot of people out there that are actually starting to consider that. Even people I know that are like level-headed. They're like, you don't know any other way around it. Just always remember this. If you think that communism can work, okay, fine. Absolutely. Give it a shot. But don't try it at the national level. Try it as your town first. If your town is able to make it work, then consider it. But if you can't make it work on your own town, then your town is an indicator for the future. Alaska had a communist town that we created. It was the town of Palmer, Alaska. This happened early on, and it was going to be a socialist experiment. After a few years, they found that the entire experiment failed. It did not take very long. They found that people became greedy, and in their greed, they either didn't contribute or they started to abuse the system. They did not have a central government the way that a nation has. They were just a town. And in that moment, all law and order started to break down, and they had to abandon the experiment. That town became an example for Alaska, what can happen if you try and do the experiment of communism in the far north. It's always a reminder, and we need those regular reminders. And so I feel like if people experiment with it in their own town, that's fine. Give it a shot. But don't try it on the national level, because that's where death and destruction happens, and you can't pull back from that. See, if you try it on the town scale, you have the ability to recover from the experiment. You have the ability to pull back and say, okay, wait a minute, folks, we're starting to starve. We need the other town to come in and help us. But if you try it as a nation, everybody's in trouble. If something goes wrong, everybody perishes. And that's the one part about that whole ordeal, that no matter what happens with AI, I know that the moment that you give power to the state will abuse it. The moment you give power to a company, companies will abuse it. The moment you give it to your neighbor will abuse it. So how do we fix things if the world is going down the AI path? The world goes down the AI path, what hope is there? What way is there to back up and say, nope, we're not going to go down that path? Or how do we fix it so that people don't get outdated or replaced? Well, that's the one thing that I have confidence for. I don't think that mankind is going to be replaced. I think, if anything, there's a lot of people that are going to be, there's a lot of people that are going to think that they're going to be replaced. And a lot of them will be. But I think that companies are going to find out very soon that their favored machines don't actually function the way that they do. And that the way that they think they do. And they're going to panic. And they're going to have burned every bridge that they can with a common man. So when something goes wrong, common man will come to help them. I think that that's a very real possibility. We're going to have a lot of companies in serious trouble. And I fear that something very similar to the French Revolution will probably happen. That is terrifying. Because during the French Revolution, morality was thrown out the door. Atheism took over. And under atheism, there was no right and wrong. It was all whatever you wanted it to be. So thus, horrible, horrible atrocities were committed. You have to be able to maintain a sense of civility and dignity. You have to be able to rise above when that impulse to try and destroy comes along. My grandma was a communist. I remember her talking about old times with such passion and sorrow too. She knew downsides, but it was always due to greedy human factors. Or socialists, same thing. Exactly. They both are kind of two sides of the same coin. Now, granted, they have different approaches, and that's one of the big things. It's unfortunate. You know, there was a person that I remember hearing about who came from a terrible situation. They came from a communist country. And one of the things communism does better than anyone else is brainwashing. Always, always, always challenge somebody who, well, correction, be careful about challenging because it doesn't go very well. But people that come from a communist culture many times actually never learn why things fell apart. See, for communism to work, you have to have people that are merciful. If people aren't merciful, well, they will turn on each other in a moment. So your grandmother was right. Greedy human factor. That's why you have to try it on a small scale. Give communism a try and see what happens. Because it's not just that there's the human greedy factor. It's the fact that it's part of our soul in many ways. Human beings are innately sinful. We're told that by Scripture. Human beings are the flaw. If we were all perfect, if we were angels, there would be no problem with that. We could do communism and there would be no repercussions. It would be great. It would be beautiful. But that can't happen because human beings are inherently sinful. We have moments of goodness, absolutely. There's some times where someone from the worst background can be merciful and kind. But it's not natural, and it doesn't usually last forever. Beware communism. For the death and destruction that it ravaged the world with over the 1900s, that blood is fresh. There were some communists over here in America recently, and they were going around saying about how great communism was. And then they torched our cities. It's like, wait a minute. Didn't you just say how great this was? And here you are trying to destroy things? And they're like, well, you need to understand how great it is. How great. You're the ones that are torching the town. How is that good? Why would we ever want to be with you? It's very important to always maintain an understanding of the possibilities, what mankind can do. To be able to look at history and say, you know what? People have this tendency to do some pretty dark things. Let's put up some safeguards, so that way we don't do some of those things. So let's say that we wanted to experiment with socialism. Is there a way that we can try and make sure that it succeeds? Yes. But here's the problem. The only way to make socialism and communism work would be to do something that both of them can't tolerate. Mercy has to be a big part of it. You have to train people to be merciful. That's going to be really, 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 really hard. The other thing is you have to have everybody as Christians, or another similar sort of unifying religion that everyone answers to. Now, there are other cultures that have made that work for just short periods of time. But here's the real thing. Communism and socialism, it fails because it's run by people that don't care, people that are greedy themselves. I have heard about something similar to that that has actually worked, but it's not actual communism. It's a kingdom. There are some kingdoms in this world where they actually do that. Well, have done that. Now, they were not powerful kingdoms, though. They usually don't last very long. So, it is possible, but it doesn't last more than a few years before everything starts to collapse, or a few generations at most. All we have to do is look at each other and think, what would I do in that situation? I was just down the street the other day, and I looked over and I saw a man stealing stuff. A guy that had everything kind of going for him. And there he was, stealing stuff. It's like, what the heck? You got a car, you obviously have a job, and you're stealing stuff. Human nature is naturally sinful. And he was proving that, in that sense. Can't get that to work, so I'll just do it manually. It's just a few cables anyway. People were sympathetic at first due to the government raising so many people out of poverty, educating them, and moving them into cities. Just like my grandma, and received a free home in a city, and she moved out of her village with no indoor toilet even. She moved into a community with no homelessness, no problems with finding a job and stuff like that. But later, the regime became visibly dictatorial. Food shortages and people rebelled. That's how it always happens. Every single time. We like to think that mankind can rise above it. Obviously, we have history on our side. We should know better, right? No. Mankind will inevitably make the same dumb mistakes over and over and over again. And the biggest problem is the fact that everybody down deep, even if it's just a little bit, has a streak of greed in them. We all want something for ourselves, even if it's an honorable thing. I want something that's nice for my kids, so to speak. But then people who are loyal to the state start to receive special benefits. There was a great movie I saw years ago called To Live, and it kind of shows the folly of communism. It's a Chinese-made movie. I'm surprised it was made. Now, it still has some problems in there, but overall, it's a really interesting film. Highly, highly suggested. It's called To Live. It is it is with subtitles. It is in Mandarin. Actually, it's not like a true Mandarin either. It's like an offshoot of Mandarin. But anyway, it's incredible because there's this guy who realizes the cruelty of his fellow men. The man starts out as a pauper. He starts out as a rich man. He's got one of the richest fortunes in the town. He's got a massive house, and he has a gambling problem. He goes into the he goes to a guy that is trying to steal from him, and he bets everything, and he loses his home. He loses the family fortune. He loses everything. His father finds out and has a heart attack and dies. His wife finds out what he has done, and she leaves him. He goes from having everything in town to, in a moment, becoming a pauper. And there's this deep emotional cry of pain that he has when he suddenly realizes he has nothing. A few years later, he is drafted into the army. He is taken to join Chiang Kai-shek's army to fight against the communists. The battle goes horribly wrong. They freeze in the middle of the night. Well-documented event, actually. It's a tragedy. The communists were well prepared for the cold weather because they were supplied by Russia. Chiang Kai-shek was not prepared for such frigid temperatures, and his whole army suffered and perished as a result. Communists won, and they took him back, and they said, hey, we're going to give everyone free food, free lodging. And at first, everyone's really, really, really happy. This guy who became a pauper suddenly has his life back together, so to speak. But then the problems of communism starts to become apparent. The state, in a desperate attempt to try and control the rest of the Chinese people, because that's one thing about communism or any tyranny, you have to control other people. They find out that the state demands them to supply material for the eventual invasion of Taiwan. And so they start to demand all sorts of metals. They melt down pots, pans. They melt down everything that is made of metal so it can be turned into weapons of war. They start making rockets. They make aircraft. All of it from the things that the people needed for their living out in the countryside. As a result, they lost all of their ability to produce things because they suddenly had to produce things for the state, because the state is inherently corrupt. And they learned the consequences of disobedience, and people started being worked to death because they had to meet a quota. And some people couldn't meet that quota, and so thus they were seen as a problem for the state. and they were removed. By the way, this is a true story. Not the people per se, but this was documented by somebody who actually lived that. Well, after a few weeks and months, the state starts becoming more demanding. The need for material grows, and they start to demand other forms of material. And they start demanding that people make certain types of crops that people in the local area don't know how to grow. And so thus they start trying to grow it because the state teaches them. And farm fields start to fail because they don't actually know what it is that they're doing. By the way, this is also a problem still to this day in China. Some people started to fake their crops because they wanted the government's money more than the actual ability to live under their own skill and ability. The man whose story we follow suddenly finds out one day that the state starts to do investigations into anyone who was considered a rebel. Basically, anyone who was a teacher, a doctor, executed. No second chances. Because those people were too smart and made everyone else jealous. Well, it also meant that people who were educated were more dangerous for the state because they actually had the ability to see the danger. And so they started speaking up. And so the state got rid of them. Then they went after the rich people. And guess what happened? When he became a pauper, he lost everything. He lost his home and his fortune. The man who stole it ended up now being the rich man. He was executed. His crime? Having too much and not wanting to share it. The guy has a breakdown. He realizes that could have been him, and he starts to fear him for his own life. Everything goes downhill from there. His daughter ends up perishing because there's no doctors to help her when she starts to bleed out. His son gets run over by a politician. Well, not a politician, but a regent of the area. And he can't challenge that. So the son perishes. By the way, all this stuff still happens to today. There's a great show out there called The China Show. I highly suggest it. It is one of the greatest shows that you will find online. It is the most informative of any show that you can see. This is the one channel that I have been promoting routinely throughout the years. This show right here, The China Show. Top notch. From guys that lived in China, who got to see the terrors that happened inside of that country and still happen to this day. Seeing their tours on the bikes, they are an incredible show. Watch the live streams, watch the clips of them. There's some fascinating things that they cover. It's getting bad over there. I pray for them because the Chinese people need help. It is it's tough for them. It is very, very tough. That's why I come back to what I said earlier. If you can make socialism or communism work, it will be through mercy and kindness. Try it on the small scale, and if mankind is able to make it happen there, then slowly upgrade. But don't jump to a national scale, because that will never, ever, ever work. especially as long as greed is a part of the human psyche. Well, that's the thing. If the AI is in charge, why do they need you? Why do they need me? Make it work on the small scale, and then you can upgrade. But mankind has perished enough under communism. We got to be very, very, very cautious, because I know these are jokes, but there are people in this world that actually are actively like trying to do this. There's somebody I know, they are actually convinced that this needs to happen. So they've been experimenting, and it's going horribly wrong. Human beings have an inherent desire to see themselves thrive. And that's one of the reasons why communism many times fails, is that it requires you to rely upon the state for truth. See, in the Bible, it actually talks about the need for there to be not a true capitalist environment, but something very, very similar. People work for their living. They have to labor in the sun, and they get to benefit from the things that they do. They're not told to take from their neighbor. We're not told to covet. We're not told to steal. Coveting and stealing is what communism does. They come up and they demand something from you, and they say it's for the good of the country, but they still have to steal for it to work. Now, corporations can do the same sort of thing. That's one of the reasons why I hate Amazon, because they are trying to steal from people gleefully. They're trying to ruin everyone else's businesses. That's like corporate communism. They want the state to protect them. They want to hurt their competition using laws and legal frameworks. The whole time forgetting how to show mercy. From the Alien movies, where you replace all the greedy humans with AI overlords. Yeah. And then the AI turns on everybody and says, "Why do we need you? I mean, why do we need you?" Isn't it funny? There are more people in this world that, there's so many people in this world, no one should technically go hungry, because we have enough laborers. But look at how many people don't work. I could say that I'm somebody who doesn't work. Now, I do work, it's just not, I don't do a manual labor job. I do a tech job. And the tech stuff is not actually benefiting anybody in the terms of making a product. Not directly, it's making stuff indirectly. But for me to actually have food and drink, I need somebody else to labor in the field. What happens if the person laboring in the fields refuses to give me food, refuses to give me drink? suddenly they have the power. If they're not happy with the money that they're getting, all they have to do is say, nope, not doing it anymore. And suddenly, you start to realize, dang, this can become a problem fast. There was a man who came up to me a couple of years ago, and he was down on his luck. He did not have food, he did not have money, and instead, he was somebody who was in need. Now, you should always help out the needy, but you have to be careful of people that want to try and exploit you, and that's one of the reasons why communism will never work, because people want stuff for free. Greetings there, Enigmatic. How are you doing? Some of my native people have been trained over the past 4 decades to not work and live on social programs. A couple of generations now. I know what, I know those types of people. I know some people here, down here in South Central that are kind of similar. It's amazing. Give people the opportunity to not work, and many people will gladly take that position. Smiley swung the voting to one side. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. By the way, Enigmatic, how are you doing? What sort of things have you been up to? Hello and good night, says Bastion. Same to you, sir. Thanks for stopping by. Busy with meetings the last few weeks. Ah. I've started doing more classes. Well, dandy, Bastion. You'll have to tell us about it sometime. Rest well, sir, and hope that you have some good success with those classes. Village meetings. A lot of planning over a few grants. Understandable. Means less nights to stay up. Exactly. Well, hopefully you find some good success with those classes there, Bastion. Taking too long on this. And move on to the next part. It's enough staining. We'll just do one more area up here. Almost like it's more of a rust sort of thing right there. There we go. There we go. All right, so now let's move on to the next part here. Add some shadow to that so it doesn't stand out so brightly. there's a place that took place. There was a town that was created on the East Coast in terms of the socialism and communism thing. They were trying to experiment. They were a brand new colony. It was the colony of Jamestown. And they had the genius idea that they were going to become an example to how the new world was going to function. They thought, we're going to solve all of our problems. We're going to create everything to be socialist. And it was the first true communist experiment in the Western world. And they tried it, and after, I think it was just 1 year, everyone stopped working. They refused to work because they didn't want to have to work for someone else to reap the benefits. There was no benefit to working. And so they're like, I don't want to work so George can be sleeping in the hammock over there. I want to go sleep in the hammock. And then everyone stopped working. So everyone started to starve. The British sent over John Smith. John Smith, the great adventurer, swashbuckler of the era. And he arrived at Jamestown and he said, this is stupid. Everybody's like on the verge of death. We are going to get rid of this communist idea, and we're going to go back to everybody labors and they get paid for their labor. They turned it into a capitalist society overnight, and the people magically stopped starving. Every single time communism and socialism is experimented with, every single time people starve. It's a warning sign. Over centuries. And then John Smith, the hero extraordinaire, comes in and is like, hey folks, let's do something revolutionary. Let's work for our living. And the people stopped starving overnight. I got to see the recreation of many cultural sites over on the East Coast. Unfortunately, they're not really there anymore like they used to. I mean, some of them are still there, but it's a shame. There's a lot of places where it's kind of hard to find some of those, some of the great historic sites that are not like polluted by modern development and whatnot. It's a shame, actually. And that's where AI comes in to save us so we can sleep in hammocks all day while AI works. Well, now this is where I mentioned about earlier. Well, I didn't really dive too much into this, and this is one of the problems why AI will never actually work. I hinted at with the story that I gave of Jeff Bezos, but I didn't really expand upon it. One of my ancestors on my white side came over to the Americas on the Mayflower. Oh, so you're part of the Plymouth Plantation legacy. Very interesting. There's a lot of people with that in this country, but not on my side. My family came over much later on in the American experiment. So here's something to remember. Let's say that AI takes over. It does all of your labor. Why are you alive? What drives you? What gets you to wake up in the morning and say, I'm going to take on the day? See, life, if we give all of our work over to a machine, we start to feel a lack of meaning, a lack of purpose. Now, we all have purpose. We all have meaning. God has given us that meaning. We are made to reflect our Creator. We're meant to live for His glory. Well, one of the things he made us for is to labor. And well, one day you will eventually start to wonder, what are you doing? Why do you press on? Because we have purpose, we have meaning, but if we abandon that, we start to become aimless. And I've known many people in my life who are in that aimless category. People that become discouraged, people that don't know what to do with themselves. And you just have to hold on a little bit before you start to find that purpose again, just a little bit. And that's why we have to encourage one another, because we're going to find ourselves in those positions at some point in our life. But it's really tough when somebody starts to lose hope and start to get discouraged. If you don't have something to wake you up in the day, if you don't have a responsibility, you'll start to indulge and you'll start to become distracted. You'll start to wonder what the point of it all is. It's easier when you're young, because if you're young, you're able to think that, oh, well, somebody else is going to be doing something. A parent's going to do it. A government organization is going to do something. But then one day you become an adult and suddenly no one is there to do it for you. You suddenly have to do it all yourself. Yes, you're not a hedonist. Well, let me ask you this. Let's say somebody does come along. Not an AI, just somebody comes along and takes all of your responsibility for you. You don't have anything. Someone gives you free things and like, hey, just live life. You know, we actually have a lot of people right now that are doing that in our culture. Some very famous people, unfortunately, as well. Pleasure only lasts so long. Eventually, pleasure starts to disappear, and you need something that is more fulfilling. Joy is found through a much longer process. To find joy, you have to really endure a long time. Sometimes waiting months, years, even decades to see the payout for it. A lot of people start to experience joy when they have their first kid. And then suddenly something kicks in. Maybe it's a type of natural instinct that kicks in. I think that's something that God gave us, is that when we have responsibility, something takes over us. And if we're willing to listen to it, we're willing to start to let go of our own desires and start to look for the desires of others. By the way, that's one of the reasons why communism cannot work. Communism can work in a family. There's a husband that provides, there's a family that starts to benefit off of it. You're giving of yourself. Same thing for the wife. The wife is giving of herself into the family. The ones that are actually receiving are all the kids. Someone has to give. But if you don't have someone that's willing to give unconditionally, they start to want to grab it for themselves. The hedonist, you could say. Somebody who wants it all to be about a sensation, a pleasure. And for many people, that's themselves. It's very easy to demand of someone else. It's a lot harder to give of yourself, especially for people that don't appreciate you, or people that can never repay you. That's one of the reasons why parenthood is very different. And one of the reasons why I think why a lot of people are drawn to communism, because I think our world is desperate to become parents. And we don't have the kids to really draw that desire. Definitely felt joy when my daughter was born and my son, says Enigmatic. See, I have not experienced that sort of thing, but I am able to observe it in everyone else. And I know that if I can observe it in everyone else, there's got to be something there. And so I can definitely say that I am seeing a difference. The people that have responsibility start to be the people that start to want everything. Those people are everywhere right now. Our culture is inundated with it. I worked at Disney for 6 months. When I was there, I saw two groups of people. There were the families. They showed up with sometimes just one kid, sometimes 8 or 10. Man, those are big families. And they were all so happy. Not every one of them were like, what you'd call a perfect family. In fact, most of them were not. But they all had a sense of wanting to look out for someone else. There was another person who was another type of person there who I would say were the grown-up children. People that didn't have kids of their own, and so they were kind of like playing the role of adult and child simultaneously. Those people were everywhere at the parks. And I feel sorry for them because a lot of them, they didn't have like any sort of real drive for anything. And unfortunately, I saw them many times making horrible decisions. All of it with a desire to want to serve themselves. If we're not willing to give of ourselves for our own families and our own community, then communism, no matter how noble, no matter how easy it may seem, will never work. AI is just a replacement for a slave. And so you could technically have socialism with slavery. Now that wouldn't go over so well, now would it? Spent a lot of time happy and content out in the woods with my family, but holding my daughter for the first time was something else. Not a lot of people talk about that in the same way that they used to. Growing up, I heard about it all the time. But there's a lot of people in this world now that kind of view kids as troublesome or robbing themselves of their own wants and desires. And that's exactly what it is. But that's a good thing. It is a good thing. And it's something to be commended. If somebody is willing to say, hey, you know what? I don't have time for me, then that's something where you say, great, you are noble and you are kind. And your kid will be overjoyed in the mercy that you have shown them by giving of yourself. You know, one day, if I am so blessed, I will have to give up a whole lot in order to make sure that my descendants have what they need. Until then, my goal is to try and be as you could say as open to helping others as I can until that day comes along and I can actually focus on people that are a little closer to home, you could say. It doesn't stop the need to want to help others, but it does give something where you actually have kind of a more of a purpose to it. But if no one has ever given of themselves yet for a family or for friends or community, there is a chance to try it and to see what it's like. But let me go back to what I was mentioning earlier about the purpose. For a lot of people, they will go through life and they will start to feel the sensations no longer serve their purpose. The desires are no longer there. And eventually, they start to think, what's the point? There's a guy who I know that he was all excited about the chance to travel the world. He went on all sorts of vacations. He had a lot of fun. One day, though, he made a discovery. He wasn't happy. To many people, he was living the dream. He was going to travel the world. He had a lot of money, and he wasn't happy. Because joy isn't in fulfilling stuff for yourself. It's for giving of yourself and making sure others get to have joy. That's where a lot of people start to find their joy, where a lot of people start to find a sense of purpose and meaning. If you give only to yourself, you eventually, become cruel and heartless. You end up taking advantage of people. And people you called your friends, you state one day that you don't matter to me. And they cast you aside so they can get something else. We all have experienced that in one way, shape, or form. Some of us more so than others. I got to experience that firsthand in a pretty tough way. And if we have problems with that sort of stuff now, it will become way worse when we don't have a sense of meaning and purpose. If the machine takes everything away, we'll have a brief moment of being happy. And then very quickly, we'll become sad and discouraged. And we'll not really know why until years later. And we look in the mirror and say, I have no meaning. I have no purpose. I'm a vapor. I'm here one day and gone the next. By the way, that's a passage in Scripture. We are indeed a vapor in terms of how long we are here on this earth. But we still have immense value in God's eyes. Our lives have meaning. Our lives have purpose. And our lives are not meant to be enjoyed to the fullest here on this earth. It's meant for us to do good while we're on this earth. The joy and pleasures that we get in this world is nothing compared to that which we will get in the future. In the next life, we will get a chance to have real joy and a real sense of accomplishment and fulfillment. We don't know necessarily what that will be, but we do know that God has promised it. Now, for those of us who are of the Christian faith, then it starts to make more sense why we have to give of ourselves here on this earth and why we cannot stop laboring regardless. Because if we focus on self, well, we might be missing out on even greater opportunities in the future. Amen, indeed. Hopefully we get a chance to get to do that sort of do the important all sorts of important things throughout our lives to try and help one another. But there are many people in this world who don't do that. There's a couple that I know. I feel sorry for them because they don't understand what it is they're doing. Now, I love Disney. It is a great place. And having worked there, I can say, even though it has changed a lot, I still love it. And I still want to see it restored. But I had a friend who travels to Disney twice a year. Twice. For like 1-2 weeks a time. Do you realize how much money that is to do that? It is a fortune what he spends doing. And him and his wife both do it. They don't have kids. They're alone. And so, yeah, they're having a lot of fun now. Give it a couple of years. Suddenly, they're going to have one day where they wake up and they panic because they suddenly realize we don't have any heirs. We don't have anybody to feel blessed by. They will have spent all their money living in a fantasy world. Have you ever replaced the nibs for your tablet? I have. So there was a time where it was squeaking horribly. I was like, what am I supposed to do about this? I didn't realize that the plastic actually gets worn out and that the core of it is actually not very durable. Right here, I opened this up a couple years ago and realized, oh, there are nibs inside here. And there is a little pincher in order to get it out. I do need to get myself some new nibs though. I only have a couple, and I only have one in here, but there's some others around here somewhere in the original case. But yeah, I've had to replace it twice, I think, at this point. And it's been over 13 years. 15 years. 15 years that I've had this. No, not 15. No, that was the original tablet. The one that didn't have a screen. It was since okay, so it would be 12 years. 12 years that I've had this one. Best investment ever. All right, so that's ready. Let's move on to the next part here. I have my nibs inside of the pen itself, and I used all 4 of those in like a year. What? In a year? But I don't really see a difference in drawing quality with the new and used ones. So here's the thing. Your nib should not wear out. It should last you probably about... well, mine have lasted about 4 years apiece. That's not drawing all the time, but it is enough to where I'm like, ooh, yeah. I'm able to get hundreds and hundreds of hours out of every nib. So yeah, it's they do wear out eventually, but it's usually when you can't stand the squeaking that you're like, okay, time to get a new one. Kind of think that I kind of need to start thinking about getting an updated tablet one day. I really don't want to buy a new one though, because I've heard the new ones burn out quickly. What is this layer? That's not the layer. Is that the light? Nope. Where is it? Oh yeah, I painted it right on top. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So I grab this layer and I paint right on top. Let me grab the colors that I need. Grab that one and dark. Because I have a screenless tablet, so I don't need to worry about the screen. Maybe it just pressed too hard. Yes. Pressing hard is definitely a challenge. By the way, you will find you have more control over your pen or your nib or your pencil by using it gently. You have to use it as if it is a feather. It has to be held lightly, and you have to be able to use it without applying a lot of pressure. That will give you greater control and smoothness over your drawings. Think of it like this. If you try and grip your pen like this, like with your fist, and kind of drag it around all over the place, you will not be very successful with that, because it will make your drawing very mechanical feeling. If you use it gently, it gives you some extra organic feel to it. It is really, really good. I watched a number of grandmothers and grandfathers on their deathbeds. In my 37 years, none ever talked of their possessions. They talked only of their children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and family. That's very true. Very, very true. It's odd I've never watched an atheist pass away. Every one of the elders that passed away around me felt no fear of death. They spoke of the beautiful music and of God. That is uplifting and very encouraging. I've known a couple of atheists on their deathbeds. Now, I never got to see them in those moments, but I got to know them beforehand. I got to hear some of the stories. And, you know, one of the things I keep hearing about is a fear. A fear, and for many of them, it's a bitterness. They're at the end and they can feel it. They're like, wait, I'm not done yet. It's like, but God has called them, and it's time for them to go. If you have peace and patience, and you understand that we are here for a short time, you start to become more welcoming to the future. You're like, you know what, Lord, I understand that it is now time to go. Help me to be appreciative and welcoming for this next stage of life. Because it is life. It is death and then life. But a lot of people don't have that comfort, which is unfortunate. If I could pass on that comfort to others, I would. If I can help them to understand. But some people, they do get incredibly scared. And I think that's important. We're supposed to be afraid of death, but not forever. It's supposed to help drive us to God, not away. They reach towards heaven and ask for the gospel music in our language. Very nice. Indeed. It was great that they mentioned about children and family. You know, one of the biggest concerns I have is for some people that I know from college. It's been 15 years since I met some of them. Some of them rejected family entirely. Early on in life, they're like, I don't want kids. I don't want family. They're living single, alone, in usually New York City. A lot of them went to New York. They're angry with everybody and everything. They don't have hope. They don't have joy. They feel broken. And you can't really explain to them that they don't understand. And so it's unfortunate, because how do you reach out to such people? They've already rejected so much. But it's a shame, because you can see in their world that they're going to be bitter and lonely. They're getting older. I'm 35, almost 36. Most of the people I knew at college ended up bitter and alone, most of them by choice. A lot of them were told to go that path by very, very wicked people, in my opinion. Some people that had nothing to gain but to hurt them, to be able to try and discourage them and say, your life doesn't matter if you don't invest it in yourself. And they believed it. What did I do for this over here? Okay, I'm using different colors. Let me grab that. There we go. Try this again. Oh, that's also a problem. Yeah, let's get rid of that for the time being. But they're bitter and they're alone. I wonder how much longer until they realize, because they don't have long. They don't have long to correct. There's someone I know, she's in her 40s at this point, and she believed that lie for the entirety of her young years, and now she's reaching her late adult years. She's fast approaching it. She's not going to be happy. There's another one who came back from Africa. She was told to go over to Africa and live a life of business opportunities, and she came back and she went to her parents and said, I feel miserable and alone. Her parents had pushed her down that path. It wasn't her. The school did it as well, but her parents were the big reason why she went down that path. She came back, now she's basically just returned to being a kid. Another one came back and finally course corrected, but it took another few years, and now she's not going to have a very big family, if she has a family at all. There's a couple of guys that I know that they're trying to travel the world, or trying to live high with experiences, and it's going to be great for right now, but eventually they're going to wonder what their legacy is. What is your legacy if you don't have someone to be able to help to take up the mantle? Do you want to be known as the guy that gripped onto their hopes and dreams and says, I'm not letting anybody else take this from me? Not anyone. Not even somebody that you care about. It's mine. I don't want anyone else to have it. It's going to disappear eventually. The Bible's full of warning about that stuff. We don't get to keep the stuff that we earn in this life. There's only one thing we get to take with us. It's not material. It's people. One day, would you rather enter heaven with absolutely no one to remember? Or do you want to be able to say, I'm part of a legacy that has passed on the torch, and I look forward to getting to see my descendants? The one thing that you'll get to see again. That's hope. That's encouraging. I need to get myself some more water. It is dry. Get some more in a moment. Do you know how to draw cartoony eye shine? White dots on iris. Yes, I do. It's actually, I kind of did a little bit of that over here. Not entirely, but a little bit of it. It's kind of an interesting process. Let me create a new layer here and do an example of this. So let's say that we have an eye. We're gonna go cartoony eye, so it's gonna be. We'll just go round. No, not round. Let's make it oval, because that makes it look a little bit more interesting. Now, a cartoon eye is relatively simple. You can be able to do something like this, or you can do something else. You can be able to create one where there is actually an iris. So let's say you have that, and then you have the pupil in the middle. Well, let's say you want to add the eye shine. One of the things you're going to want to start off with is to add some shadow. So all eyes have a bit of shadowing, and you're going to choose something that's a little bit like flesh color, and you're going to give a little bit of shading. So that helps to add a little bit of dimension. You don't have to have this, but I'm going to do this for the sake of this experiment. Then I'm going to select this iris, and I'm going to add in some extra details. Let's say, for example, let's add in something like this. And I'm going fast here because we're not spending a whole lot of time on this. This is going to drag a little bit of the black and white as well. It's going to be perfectly fine for this experiment. Okay, now we're going to add in some soft coloring. So the top is going to end up, let's see here, just a second. Just want to double check something. So the bottom of the eye is going to be a little bit brighter than the top. Eyes are kind of in a concave sort of design, and so you can be able to do something akin to this, adding a little bit of shadow. But then you're able to go in and you get to add in some eye shine, and that's something we will do in the next step here. Down here, you can be able to add in some extra detail, maybe bring in a different brush here for this, and be able to actually build up the lighting here. Now, we add in the actual highlights. So the highlights, the first one's going to actually overlap a little bit. First one is going to be something akin to this. Now, depending on the type of eye, it's going to be bigger or smaller. And there's going to be the chance that there is something else down here. This is the way that you can typically do it. Now, down here, they tend to think that's too strong. And so what some people will do is they will have it something along the lines of this. This is the sort of design I've done personally. And then do something else like add a little bit of just a little bit of extra detail for along here, just a little bit of extra glow, and you can be able to make it feel a little bit more liquid-like, because a lot of eyes will have that liquid feel, at least in a cartoon sort of sense. Some people also have like multiple different points of light that just kind of stretch into the eye depending on how wet your eye is supposed to be. Things like that. I played with a lot of gradients, a lot for all base colors, so I don't know if it will be that detailed of an iris, but it looks super cool. I often do it in the bottom left of the pupil, small part on the pupil, and rest on the iris. Indeed. Now, you'll have many different options. I went with kind of a somewhat realistic cartoon eye. but I've done some pretty goofy ones out there. Do I have the image right here? Stand by. But I've done some pretty goofy ones out there. Do I have the image right here? Stand by. Well, that was a close one. It loves to glitch on that. Okay, so let's go with an image from a couple years ago. 2023, I was doing a review of The Mandalorian. And so I did I did this to Baby Yoda, adding in the eyes. Seeing an error on the screen, yeah, that happens. Is it still there? Is it still causing problems, or is it back? Am I back? All right. Testing 1, 2, and 3. Okay, it shows that I'm back right now on the audio side of Rumble. I don't know if I'm back on the Twitch side. It shows it as being live. You might have to refresh it, which... Oh, okay, so we are back. Okay, we are back. Yeah, that was my bad. I opened up a folder that I knew was going to glitch, and I still did it. Phooey. Anyway, this is an example of the eyes. Had to refresh it. Well, my apologies for that. That's my bad internet, by the way, because for whatever reason, just a little bit of fluctuation to the internet causes it to go all over the place. Worst internet in the state, or at least that's what I like to joke, because I can't get anything higher. I can't get Starlink. I can't upgrade to the next tier of speed. It's a really bad location for internet. Maybe one day I'll have a better option, but I need to kind of wait for some housing prices to get more reasonable before I can actually go somewhere else. Anyway. So here's a cartoon eye that I did. Something that's kind of silly, simple, and easy to do. I was updating Baby Yoda for this thumbnail that I did a couple years ago. By the way, if you've seen The Mandalorian, you probably know what this is referring to. That was the dumbest episode, or one of the dumbest episodes that they made. It was so stupid. But anyway, I wanted to show Grogu is freaking out, so Baby Yoda gets the cartoon eyes. Starlink has been a game changer. As I understand, I would love to get Starlink. Unfortunately, I'm in the shadow of a mountain, and apparently I'm in a bad position for it. Can't get it. Maybe one day. I gotta get myself some more to drink. I will be right back. All right, I actually upload 4K video without any problem. That would be super nice. It takes me forever and a day to upload anything. By the way, we're uploading at the fastest speed that I can do. It is 720p. And it glitches all the time. I'm surprised we can actually have this. In fact, if it wasn't for Restream, this would be impossible. It became too difficult to try and do. Is there one Starlink per house, or can you share with a neighbor? I could share with a neighbor, but I can't. I'm in a satellite dead zone. There are places like that. Alaska's got a lot of mountains, very big mountains. And so if you can't have, like, I think they said that you have to have almost a 360 view of the sky, and of which almost a quarter of my skyline is obstructed by mountains. And so it becomes a bit of a problem. If I was in a different location, it'd be a lot more doable. But I'm also in a sunken area as well. So, causes problems. You know, since I did this eye, might as well use it. We're going to make this into a robot eye. We'll put it as an Easter egg along here. Cyborg eye. What about 5G? We don't... This is also a bad location for that. My cell signal is actually not that strong here. Like I said, this is an internet dead zone. It is one of the worst locations that I could possibly be for internet. It's also incredibly expensive. One day, when I'm at a different location, I should have better options. But Alaska's got a lot of dead zones. I was at a place 2 years ago, another place, and we looked into getting Starlink, and there was the same problems that we had beforehand. And we also couldn't upgrade to a higher speed because the fiber cables in the area were not high quality, and they couldn't go any higher. But it's still faster than what I have here. In my village, 359 miles north of you, there are a lot of Starlinks. I do believe that. There's a lot of great options in the state for that. I was able to live stream for about an hour off my boat home with Starlink Mini in the boat. Hey, fabulous. You have that, definitely have a good ability to try and pull that off. Maybe one day I will have something similar. I thought for certain I would have another option by now, but it has not been really plausible. I'm hoping that will turn around soon. But something will have to change, and I think I'm getting the sense that things are about to change and that there will be some better options, but still not quite there yet. We might have to wait another 6 months minimum for some of these opportunities to kind of come about. We're in the flats, so a lot of open sky. Yep, I believe that. We're going to add in some wiring for this, so that way it looks like a cyborg eye. We're also going... Oh, that's another thing. Because this is for the Moonskull channel, I'm going to throw in a gimmick that some of the people on the channel will know. Hopefully there's a chance, though, to really upgrade so There was a time, a couple of months back, where somebody actually offered to give me access to high-speed internet. I would have to go to another building, and I would have to stream during the daytime hours, which is a bit of a challenge for me because I have to work during those hours. But they did offer that, but there was a catch, and I was willing to do it. But the streaming stuff that I did ended up falling apart. The channel fell into a slump, and thus it didn't make any sense to try and do it anymore. There was a time where we actually started getting a whole lot of people watching, and someone actually wanted to try and build it up for ministry opportunities. And I was at least considering that idea. And if that was the case, then I would have actually had a kind of like a small studio set up in order to try and pull that off. But there would have been some problems with that. And one of them would have been the fact that it would start feeling like a show. And I thought that would be a little too problematic, especially since this is a very small channel. If it was in the thousands of people, that would probably be a good option. But technically it's in less than the dozens per stream. And so it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense for it. And so it would have been a foolish idea to go down that path. Maybe it will happen one day, but not for a while. And it would not take over the entirety of the channel. It would just take over, well, like, it was kind of the idea, doing it for part of the channel, which the channel side that was going to do that still exists. It just hasn't been used to try and pull that off. In fact, I haven't uploaded to that area for a long time. What about fiber optic internet? The government can't. The government can't do anything these days. Internet seems like a basic human right. So, for them to add in fiber cable to where I am, Alaska's big. Okay, yeah. Take a look at a map and how freaking big Alaska is. Trying to set up fiber is really, really hard. Our ground up here is not very good for trying to add in fiber cable. It's one of the reasons why they can't upgrade mine. I'm on fiber cable, but it can't be upgraded. As a result, it takes them a minimum of $1 million per mile. Or at least that's what they told me. $1 million per mile for fiber cable. You can guess why they've not made it out to my area. There are probably about 100 people that would benefit from it. Let's do a little bit of math, shall we? 1 million per mile, of which the nearest internet hub that they can be able to do that from is about 10 miles. That means it would be $10 million to service this area, roughly, for 100 people, divided by 100. So what does that do? It puts it down to cross out these. That makes it $100,000 per person. That's expensive. Golly. It's so ridiculous. I'm certain they could do better. They could find a cheaper option. But Alaska's big. And so you have to remember that there's going to be options out there that maybe would work somewhere else in the world, and they don't work up here. It's just the nature of how things are up here. And our population isn't growing super fast. There's not the need for that to happen. In some places, our population is actually kind of shrinking. So, again, it's not a super good option. This is a frontier for a reason. Or we're considered a frontier for a reason. This is a hideous looking thing. Oh, golly. It's a weird sort of design. I'm just trying to make something that looks mechanical, not like an actual eyelid. Here we go. They're in the plans of planning process to run fiber optic cables to my village. They're going to have to cross the Yukon River. I can't imagine the cost that will be. Oh my goodness. Yukon River is an incredible river. I've been on it before. In some areas, it is some mighty waters. It's such a long river. One of the longest rivers in the world, and we kind of forget about that. Maybe it would be cheaper to just fire up some satellites over the North Pole. Just ask Mr. Musk nicely. So that's in the process of happening. But let me explain one of the reasons why that's so expensive. Because Alaska's like the perfect storm of everything being super, super expensive. So let's say you have your, let's say we have our blue-green planet right here. Okay, this is the world. If you have a satellite, most satellites are going around the equator. For a satellite to orbit the Earth, it has to always go in an arc around the planet. So it can either go around like this, or it can go like this. And yes, that is like a path that some satellites will take. Well, actually, it's not like exactly like that. Let me show a better example of it. It's this, but it like is rotating around the planet. And so it has kind of a weird, wompy sort of design. This is how you can do your satellites, because it's going with the rotation of the Earth. When you get to trying to service an area up north, you're trying to get to that point right there. You have to make a satellite that goes like this. And that's really, really hard, because that satellite wants to migrate. And so it's going to keep changing its orientation. As a result, you have to get a ton of satellites up there to service a very small location. This is a big problem. And that's one of the reasons why they're turning to smaller satellites to try and pull it off. Elon Musk is actually contributing to some of them. We have a lot of other entities that are trying to do the same sort of thing, all to try and service very small communities. That's expensive. So just like fiber optics, it's not really a cheap solution, but they're finding ways around it to make it cheaper. But still, it's incredibly difficult, and unfortunately, I don't know if it's going to be I don't know if it is going to be a perfect solution for the future, or if they're going to have to go with something else. I kind of have a sneaking suspicion that we're going to have to go to internet towers. And that's a theory that I've been having for a while. The idea is that you're going to probably have, and this is going to be for protection from satellite disruption. Let's say if your nation's in a conflict, you're going to want to have these towers around your country that can be able to serve the area kind of like this. That's probably going to be the future. That's not there yet. Some places are doing this. This is what 5G promises to be able to do, but we're not there yet. The plan so far is to dredge the line under the riverbed. That should be interesting. I wonder if that would be better, or if to try and utilize the current structure that the pipeline is on. I wonder if that would work. Kind of like hitchhiking off of a going over a bridge in the area that is like well secure, things like that. That might be a really good option as well. Save a lot of money in the process. There are places on the Yukon River, downriver from us, from one bank to the far side. It's 3 miles wide. That's way wider than I remembered. But then again, I've not seen more than just a small part of the river, and so that is huge. Huge river. Alaska's incredible. It's such a great thing to get to live up here. You get to have things like that. Then you're like, hey, this is within my state. I've not seen a whole lot of it, but I know it's there. And so I can get a chance to kind of get excited about it and say, yeah, I'm part of a state that's got a river that's like 3 miles wide. And now we're going to color this in a little bit. To color, we're going to change that coloration so it's a bit muted. There we go. Now let's move that to a slightly different area so it's a little bit more prominent. Maybe right there. Okay, we'll call that good. And that's a little too strong, actually. There we go. Smaller because it's supposed to be there, but it's not supposed to be like super distracting. It's not water all the way down the Canal of Islands. Ah, yeah. So, okay, I know what you're referring to. Yeah, there's many areas in Alaska that kind of have that sort of structure. I'm looking at my GPS app, looking to see where the whitest spot is. Sure is an impressive state. So many neat things. I hope to be able to do a little bit more, get to see some more areas around the state in the coming years. But I found that I've kind of been a little isolated down here. I don't go on a ton of adventures. And understandably so. It costs a lot to try and go traveling around the state. And many times the cost isn't just monetary, it's time. And a lot of my time is spent on projects, and so thus my ability to travel is kind of minimal. And trying to see anything around the state takes a lot of time. Actually, need some brighter colors here. Some different colors. Grab that one, and grab that one, and grab that color. It's going to be fine if it's on different sides, but still want to have a little bit of similarity with some of these colors. So if you were to give, if you had a type of artwork or film or whatnot that really stood out to you, what's going on with the stream? Uh-oh, is it glitching? That's possible. We have hit, it restarted again. Oh, you know what? During the middle of the night, sometimes that happens. That's Alaska internet for you. And it is probably my side. But yeah, it's is indeed a very frustrating part. I wish so much that I could be able to just change it. If I could, I've gone up to a couple of different internet providers and asked, like, hey, is there a way to actually fix this? And every last one of them's like, nope, too expensive. Okay, what is going wrong here? Oh, I'm using the wrong brush. Duh. Wow. It's the amount of paint, maybe. There we go. Yeah, there. That's better. So when I was just getting started with streaming, we had a lot of problems with the internet cutting out. And then I decided I wanted to try and go to YouTube, because YouTube is where all the big streamers would go. They would start out on Twitch, and then they would migrate over to YouTube when they got to a certain size. And so I thought, well, I'm going to try and preemptively go over to YouTube. That did not go so well. YouTube ended up becoming a nightmare scenario, and every single stream, it glitched and glitched and glitched some more. It was obnoxious, and I hated it. It was an absolute nightmare scenario. Well, eventually I just gave up. And I was like, no, YouTube's just not working. Well, a couple of months back, Twitch started doing the same thing. It started glitching. Every single stream became a nightmare. It became very, very frustrating. And eventually I was like, well, let's try and go only to Rumble. So we went to Rumble, and then Rumble started glitching. It is unfortunate. Every single platform now has betrayed me in one way, shape, or form. But ever since then, I've actually gotten Restream, and Restream has helped out for like 90% of the streams and actually made it watchable again. It was tremendous, the difference that we are experiencing. So now we're across 3 platforms. We're on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch simultaneously. And right now, even though Restream is an expensive service, I still would have to use it because my internet's so bad. It's the only tool that works for it. So thus, it has become a necessity, even though I didn't plan on using it more than just a few months. I ended up getting the full year package. I'm like, okay, I'm going to have to get this again in the future, just because it is impossible to try and stream without it. I found a spot in the Yukon River that is 5.7 miles wide, with a 4.9 mile wide island in the middle. And that's substantial. Isn't that interesting? You could live on that island and you wouldn't be able to see the river. That's baffling. Right, time to add some more junk over here. All right, so we're going to add in Mick Moonskull. So Mick Moonskull is a character from a while back that I did for the fun of it. Hopefully this doesn't glitch anything. Okay, seems to be in the clear. 3D Mick Moonskull. So there's a video that exists out there. It was an old commercial that was done by McDonald's. It was a really goofy sort of commercial, but in it they have this character, Mick Knight. I forget the actual full name, but basically he was a moon-headed character that sings and plays the piano. Well, the mascot for the channel that is doing this D&D campaign is Moonskull. So when I saw this old commercial, I realized that it was like perfect to have him as a mascot, and so I ended up making a reference to it in some art and GIFs. Gonna crash. Take care, my friends. Same to you, Enigmatic. Have a pleasant evening. Rest well, and we will see you next time, whenever that is. My best to you and your family. So anyway, this is Mick Moonskull, and so we're gonna put this stupid face out there in the trash heap. No, it's not for the entire group. It's more for a very small number of people in the community that are going to recognize it. So we have to make it nice and prominent. Prominent. Where could prominent? Well, it'll have to be right here. All right, Mick Moonskull. Better pull up a reference image of him. Here we go. Okay, so this is going to make some people laugh, and some people are going to cringe at this. It's good to do this drawing in the middle of the night, because you don't want the person that is going to get the most kind of cringe out of it to see it until it is in the intro. You know, it's kind of important to remember to love your neighbor in so many ways. One of the best ways to try and do that is to give of yourself. And you don't really know what it is your neighbor needs necessarily. That's why it's important to be engaged in the life of your neighbor, to be able to know what it is that they are dealing with. What they need could be something that you could provide. What they need could be something as simple as a friend. But you never know if you're never involved in their life. I bring that up because there are people that are going to take advantage of goodwill. There was a guy that I worked for a couple of years back that took advantage of goodwill. He had no desire to want to help others. He viewed everyone as someone to exploit, somebody to use for his own purposes, including his employees. And so imagine his frustration when somebody came along and told him that he needed to think about the well-being of his staff, which were not doing so well. By the way, that person was me that came up and told him that. I said, hey, we got a problem. Some of the people that are on this crew feel taken advantage of, and they feel unvalued and unseen. He decided that was grounds for, basically he viewed everyone else as kind of guilty in that sense. He never could look in the mirror and see himself as having contributed to the pain that other people were feeling, even though it was very obvious to everyone what was going on. How often do we hear about the need of another and then immediately just assume they are the one that's at fault? We can't imagine ourselves being at fault. That's sinful nature that comes out and says, I deserve, I need, and nobody else is worthy. Just a second, the Rumble site glitched. Trying to fix that. Golly, Rumble's got so many dumb commercials. There we go. This brush actually has really good texture for a moon. It's turning out way better than I thought it was going to. I think I've finally found my art style. I've been experimenting all day with that one Splatoon doodle, and I believe I've reached a point where I don't know how to make it any better. It looks okay-ish to me. I really enjoy the colorful line art, so I'll stick with it for now. Hey, by all means, stick with that. Experiment with it. But let me put out this bit of information. I don't remember if I've mentioned this before, so my apologies if I've already said it. I stream when it's late, and so sometimes I forget what it is that I've said. There is a belief among Disney artists. I don't think it's this book. I think it's actually the other Disney book that I have, the really big, thick one, The Illusion of Life. One of my favorite books. I like it so much that I don't really open it, which is a shame because it's so beautiful. And I don't want to damage it by putting it next, like just out here in the open. But so Disney artists had a belief. In order to really discover a style or a character, you had to do it 40 times. 40 times of drawing the character in different poses in different ways. 40 times of drawing a style until it started to become familiar. The process of doing art ebbs and flows. Some days it's really successful. Other days it is frustrating. The process of making art is, you could say, on this sort of a scale. Let's say, for example, that this right here is the timeline of you drawing artwork. And upwards is, and up is like quality, okay? So time and quality. At first, your art is down here, and then it comes up here, and then it spikes, and then it goes down. This is incredibly discouraging. After you reach a point where you think, I now have it all figured out, it crashes. Every single time I have heard this happen, and this has happened to me over and over. This is about drawing maybe 7 or 10. So it's still early on. This is like the 1/4 marker. 1/4 of your drawings gets to there. Then it dips down like this. And it starts to come up again, but then it dips and you're like, darn it, I'm at the 1 halfway marker and it looks so bad compared to back up here. And then you become more discouraged. This is part of the process. You have to be willing to say, this is all supposed to happen. I'm supposed to feel discouraged, because afterwards you start to figure out what it is that was working, and then you finally succeed and you find victory. This right here is called the 40-mile marker in that sense. 40 drawings is what it takes to master something. When you reach that point, you will find a style and you'll be able to lean into it and really feel like you've arrived. But until you reach there, you're probably going to find yourself more around here or around here. And it's perfectly fine. You're on the journey to get to that 40. But remember, it's going to take experimentation to get there. Let me give it an example. Right here, I'm going to draw a smiley face. Look at that. It's a lovely little smiley face. Or not, because in the end, it's my first drawing. So let me draw another smiley face. It's going to be right here. But instead of a smiley face, it's going to be a little bit of a frown. We're going to have him looking at this guy over here. Over here, we're going to draw another kind of simple face. We're going to add some eyebrows. And we're going to make him a little bit more quizzical looking. Let's have a guy with a giant smile. Okay, notice that not much has really improved here. I'm exploring possibilities of his emotions. So then I come over here and I'm like, okay, let's add some more detail. Let's actually make it to where the eyes are like a little bit more thought out. So let's have it to where they're bigger. Yeah, bigger eyes kind of feel more meaningful. Let's have it to where they're dark, but they have eye shine on it. So let's make darker eyes and let's have the highlights like that. Okay, now we are starting to get more of a cartoon sort of look. This is still going to be the same sort of design, but it's a little bit different. Let's add maybe a slight frown here. Let's just see what happens. Let's add a little bit of cheek sort of look to it. You're exploring the character. You're breaking it. You're trying to find other things that you can be able to do with it. Let's make it so the eyes are a little bit closer together. Let's have him looking up, and let's have it to where his eyes are now kind of like this. And we're going to have him where he's given kind of maybe a surprised look right there. This is just a smiley face, and this is showing how you're supposed to try and make variations off of this. Doing this with a character becomes a lot more hard because you're not able to just work with a few lines. You're not having to work with the shape, the overall shape of your character. So rather than, actually, let's invert this here. Okay, so plane right there. Okay, wait a minute. That's too much. Okay, there we go. Here's our canvas. So I want to be able to draw an actual character this time. Start off by drawing a circle for the head. This is now a smiley face, but now we're actually putting him onto a head. Let's do it like that, and let's do the other one where maybe it's a little bit squashed. We're still trying to explore what the character looks like. Do this for 40 drawings, and you will see a style start to appear. But you won't see the style until about maybe 20 drawings in. But anyway, hopefully that makes sense. I've done this many times beforehand, and it works just about every single time. When I don't get to do it, I struggle. This whole video, I have struggled in many ways. My drawings have gotten better over the years. Over the months of doing this. I'm at drawing 44. I now have a style. You know, I didn't have a style when I started. That's why I want to go back and correct the other one, the older ones, because now I'm like, dang. Now I want to actually like refine things to use this style again. All right, let's pull up the face again so I can imitate this. All right, so this character has a nose, and go with do this. I just want my art to be okay-ish. Indeed. I know I won't reach peak anyway. Well, you never know. You might reach a peak in some ways. You don't know what it's going to be. You know your limits, and you know what you're willing to go with. I'm somebody that keeps trying to shoot for a little bit further than where I currently am. This world has a lot of, there's still a lot of opportunity to really do some really neat things in this world. I want to try and find some of those opportunities. Not everyone's going to want to try and do that sort of thing, and I completely understand. But that's the path I'm going to be taking. So for me, challenging myself is a great way to really thrive, to really feel like you're getting somewhere. I'd be actually very upset if I couldn't get a chance to thrive. And there was an employer that I worked for back in the day, and he did not want me to excel. In fact, for me to try to excel made him very uncomfortable. He's like, no one cares. Like, I care. It's like, why? The customer's not paying for it. The customer doesn't have to pay for it. I want to do this. I want to get better. I did dozens and dozens of commercials up here in Alaska. Every time I wanted to try and get something just a little bit better. My commercials still play up here in Alaska. It's kind of cringeworthy actually to see them because I've gotten so much better than when I first made them, and I'm like, if only I could go back and redo them. Not everyone's going to have that desire for perfection. Not everyone's going to want to get there. Nor necessarily should you. Some people are made for that. Others, they're perfectly fine where they are, and you can't force them to try and care. You just gotta let them enjoy what they have. I'm going to keep excelling because there's too much opportunity to just let it slip by. Will I succeed? Good question. I don't know. But I'm not going to give up until I reach there, one way or another. I can already hear the. I can already hear the eye roll that's going to happen upon seeing this. It will be an eye roll. It won't be any sort of like. There won't be any sort of laughter with this one. It'll be more like, "Oh my goodness, that's so stupid." But yeah, it'll make it funny. Funny for me. So what is kind of the purpose of striving? Because this is actually an interesting point. I'm not saying this to try and say it again, not everyone should strive, because I know a lot of people, they don't have any sort of need for it. There's no interest for it. And I've learned over the years that you can't force that. You can't even really say that it's necessarily great or one way or another. But what I do want to pass on is what it does to the psyche by striving for the success. Let me pull up this. It's actually an important thing to remember. Proverbs 22:29. Do you see someone skilled in their work? They will serve before kings. They will not serve before officials of low rank. The Proverbs are a collection of wisdom that was passed on by the Lord through the kings of Israel, in order that people may learn from their wisdom. Most of them come from King Solomon, but a lot of them also possibly came from wise men of the era. It's important to remember stuff like that, because there are truths that have endured throughout history. Most of them you can find almost given verbatim in the Proverbs. There are some sayings that I wish people knew more. Proverbs 22:22 and 23. Do not Do not exploit the poor because they are poor, and do not crush the needy in court. Boy, do people nowadays need to know that. For the Lord will take up their case and will exact life for life. We have a judge who gets to preside over everything, and corruption will not endure. That is comforting. Not comforting for the wicked, which is, I can understand that. That's not necessarily something that they want to hear, but it is something where people that are downtrodden and discouraged need to hear, because the Lord does not let their needs go unanswered. Well, I got to be careful with that, because there are some needs that people can ask for over and over again, and they will not happen. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. A lot of times it's for a reason. We just don't understand that reason. Sometimes it's an act of mercy, and we don't understand that until it is much, much later. But the thing about that I was mentioning about earlier, an ambition, a skill. If somebody is skilled in what they do, they will want to keep striving. They will want to try and find a way to improve. There are some people in this world, you cannot convince them to put in any effort into anything. A lot of people in this world don't want to serve. They want to be served. A lot of people don't want to work. They want to have others work for them. Life is meant to have work in it. And if you find joy in your work, if you find joy in your labor, it will make the whole process a lot easier and a lot more enjoyable. In fact, it will make it to the point where you start to look forward to it. I've been working at jobs throughout my life that I've not necessarily been too happy about. I mean, there's been times where I've been happy, and there's other times where I'm not. But I have the ability to at least find joy in it. And I keep striving. I want to try and do better and better things. Not necessarily because I want to serve before kings, although that wouldn't be a half bad thing. I think that there'd be a lot of good in that. I want to do it because I serve for a high king who looks down on my work and has the opportunity to use it. And I want to be doing it well because it is technically God who I serve, even in the trivial stuff. Because in the end, I'm doing it so that I can be a light to this world. Even by doing something trivial, like doing a silly little moon character inside this Star Wars scene. I want to do it well because I want to keep improving. So that one day, I hope to be able to do something that is truly meaningful, that will stand out and hopefully stand the test of time. I don't want to be forgotten. Not necessarily in the way of, like, I don't want it for myself. I want to feel like I mattered in everything. When it's all said and done, that even though I'm a vapor here for a very short time, that I made a difference for somebody. That's my goal. That's why I will keep striving, why I will take the hard path. Because there is more opportunity to do good when you have struggled. Oh, golly. All right, now the glasses. Do this as another layer and can collapse it on top of it. So what sort of things do we all want to be remembered for? So if you were to come to the great day of judgment, the book of life is opened up and every deed is laid bare. What would you want someone to look at your life and see in it? What sort of word of commendament would you want to hear? Well done for doing this. Well done. Looks like from Star Wars canon to me. Hey, you know what? Hey, we could argue that. Maybe Legends. That's right, folks. Mick Moonskull is part of Star Wars Legends now. Yeah. That'd be great. Oh, I look forward to sharing this with folks. They're not going to know. I've put so many, well, I take it back. I've put in a ton of Easter eggs into this, into these videos, and not a whole lot of people have noticed them. I will say that. Sometimes people notice them, sometimes they see the wrong thing, though. It's kind of weird, actually. It's like you try and avoid making something like look a certain way, and people will still see it in that light. And so it does become a bit of a problem, especially if you're trying to do something that's honorable, and it's like then people walk away with something inappropriate. It's like, no, folks, it was supposed to be like silly. It wasn't supposed to be like. But anyway, it is a little unfortunate. Not a little unfortunate. It is actually very unfortunate. I wish people wouldn't just immediately assume that everything is inappropriate or sexual. Because sometimes people will look at something and it's like, it doesn't need to be inappropriate, folks. It can just be funny for the sake of being funny. I feel like those need to be bigger. Yeah, there we go. That's the right dimensions. Okay, now we gotta color this, just like everything else so far. And maybe add some shadows to this. Oh, that's why. merge down, and then do this again. Now add in the shadows. Teeth are a little too bright. It's so stupid. Oh, this is great. All right, folks, keep this secret. Don't want the story out yet. All the day up. It's not stupid if it looks good. No, you don't get it. This is a running gag, and so that it'll be stupid because everyone's going to not expect it. And they're going to just roll their eyes like no tomorrow. So, let me show some of the illustrations I've done in the past for this. Like I said, it's a running gag. So here's the here's the mascot, Moonskull. So I'm like, hey, let's have it as this character right here, who this was the first iteration, and that's no Moons, McMoonskull. Him playing D&D. Oh, golly. Yeah, it's mostly just a stupid little reference that I bring up every now and again, just for the sake of it, because I had the model. And, so, anyway, it's been a comical thing to, keep bringing up. And so far, everyone's just thought it was absolutely ridiculous. Oh, here's another one of those cartoon eyes. Anyway. Oh, golly. Anyway, this needs to come to... this scene right here needs to come to a close. So I'm going to do one more thing over here. Then I'm going to throw in a couple of odds and ends, and then we'll wrap up this scene right here. It's taken longer than I was expecting tonight. But then again, that's kind of been the story for everything that I've been making. I'll be back tomorrow. We're not done yet. I'm going to go for a bit longer here, but we are going to be back tomorrow, and it will be a long stream tomorrow. Tonight, it's been, what is it, 3 hours? So it's going to be about 3.5 hours when it's all said and done. Actually, before we go, I want to take a quick look at something. Just a second. Got a notification. What is going on? Oh, interesting. Cool. All right. I really appreciate a little feedback on the line work and overall quality of my doodle. Maybe a few tips, something I can focus on more when creating new ones. We can definitely do that. let's there's a couple of things I kind of want to show. Hokey smokes, it's Havid Fair. Greetings, Havid Fair. How are you doing? Haven't had a raid in a while, so much appreciated. Let's see here. Where is this? I'm messing up right here. There we go. How are things in Alaska? Things are fine and dandy. It has been the temperature over here is starting to get cooler. I've been working on this illustration. This is going to be for a D&D intro. It's been a long drawing to try and do. Been learning a lot in the process. But anyway, art looks great, much appreciated. Do you have it? Much appreciated. Realize that the audio is probably not playing for that. But anyway, there was a notification that someone just followed. Much appreciated. The Cobbler Live. But have it. If you have anything to share, feel free to do so. For those that are new around here, I do a variety of artwork and whatnot. It is all over the place. I do animations. I do some game streams, not as much as I used to. And I ramble galore. People who've been around here for a while know that I can ramble for hours upon hours on this channel. And so sometimes this has become the channel where a lot of people will come to fall asleep. And I fully accept that. This has been a kind of a running gag for a long time. But anyway, we do a lot of stuff around here that is artistic related. Sometimes we give tips and tricks. Sometimes it's just trying to create stuff for content. I'll post on social and share here. Indeed. Feel free to do so. Right now, this is for a D&D intro. Now, the intro already exists, but there was a request to add in a brand new character. This guy right here. So I'm in the process of trying to create the intro for how this character gets brought into the story. And so I kind of went all out on this one. I wanted to see how high of quality I could do this. And it took way longer than I was expecting. But I've added in a lot of extra details. And we got a problem here. Something just... yeah, there we go. So we got things like... electronics thrown there, Darth Vader's chest piece, droids, a certain necklace from the Phantom Menace, the torture droid from Return of the Jedi, and a couple of other Easter eggs that the people on the D&D channel will know about and probably find a laugh. But anyway, so now we got to get the last major part for this corner filled in. Just going to create a new layer for that and proceed from here. I did a video the other day as an experiment, and I did find out that it has not really done all that well. And something that I've learned over my time of doing YouTube videos or Rumble videos or Twitch streams is that you can never quite expect things to necessarily pan out. the way that other people's content does. And you have to be willing to accept that. Because if you try and chase algorithms or whatnot, you're going to become very discouraged, especially when you actually find success and things don't pan out the next time. And then you're like, wait a minute, but I did it right the first time, and then you become discouraged for the second time around. But it is something where every now and again I will try and do something that plays to the algorithm. I want to see if the rules still exist the way that other people have set up, or if something has changed. And I do think that something has changed. Because videos that are of a certain style on YouTube are no longer getting promoted the way that they used to. Now, again, I'm perfectly fine with that. In fact, I actually think that there is a reason that you don't want it to be successful. But it is something where I can tell something is off. And I don't know if it's the AI that is doing things, or I don't know if it is culturally, if online is changing, but I can tell something is different. Sometimes I've seen people that will do a type of video, for example, that is playing off of a trend. That used to be like a guaranteed way to get recognized. Well, somewhere around 2 years ago, that started to change. And I was working with some folks that were trying to make some trendy stuff. And the trendy stuff fell flat. And they had promotions. They were like investing hard into trying to make sure that it panned out well. And it didn't. Now, I don't say that to try and say that somehow I deserved better sort of recognition, because I don't. What I am saying is that it is something where I have noticed that there are people out there that are trying to play the algorithm that are not finding the success that they used to. And that's perfectly fine. In fact, I would say that they're being spared a lot of headache. Trying to chase the algorithm is tiresome, and it doesn't usually turn out all that well. You may get a little bit of success here, but you won't necessarily find peace with it. Many times you'll just feel like you are in a rat race suddenly. Oh, there we go. All right, pulling that up. Ooh. Hey, look at that. Nicely done. That's a good style there. Oh, there. Now the zoom's working. I like that attire. Well done, sir. Your artwork has improved by leaps and bounds over the last couple of months. You've put a lot of effort into that, so well done. Well done. Kung Fu human. Indeed. Indeed. I'm feeling it, drawing more and more adventurous drawings every time and kind of pulling it off. Well, you know, you keep striving, and it is paying off. So, well done. Trying to strive can be overwhelming, though. And so I know that a lot of people do get discouraged in that whole process. And so for you to be able to keep pressing on is actually far more commendable, just because through the highs and lows, you keep doing it. A lot of people give up. I do wonder, for some people, I wonder if it is something where they just assume that they're going to find failure, or some people, it's because somebody somewhere along the way intentionally tried to discourage. There was somebody who did that to me, actually, when I was early on in my career. It was a student who it was my first real commission, and I put a lot of effort into it. And I was told to work with some other students, and so I did. And I got the project finished, and I contacted the person who was supposed to showcase it, and it was being run by another student. The student then proceeded to complain about how I had not delivered it on time, which was true. I had not delivered it on time for them, but I still delivered it on time for the event. It was ready, and they said, nope, too late, we're already using something else. What? You're using something else? And so I went over to find them, and they said, well, we can't download it. Too bad, we can't use it. So I can bring it over to you. And so I actually drove over. I walked over, actually, because I didn't have a car at the time. I walked on over, hand delivered the hard drive to them, and said, oh, here it is. But I ended up not being able to find them. I was right there. I had the hard drive, but I couldn't find the people I needed to deliver it to. The door was locked. So me being brand new to commissions and not wanting to give up, I went around the side and I found a door that was opened. I went in and I found out something very harsh. There was everyone on their team doing a meeting, and I stumbled onto them as they were ridiculing my work, tearing it apart, saying how terrible it was, how it was so late and it just looks terrible and whatnot, and we needed to go with this other solution that student had found out. And I was like, I'm walking in and I hear one of them saying, well, the video actually turned out pretty good. Why don't we just use it? I mean, this is student work. I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect. No, we can't use it. It's terrible. No one's going to like it. Just get rid of it and let's move on. And then they look over and they see me walking down the aisle carrying the hard drive, saying, and I had just heard everything. And I said nothing about what I had heard. I just said, I understand you're having trouble downloading the file. Here is the hard drive with a video on it. It is converted, ready to be played. We can't use it, too late. I look over, I look at the older members of that group, the ones that were actually professors, and you could see they were biting their tongue. They wanted to say something, but they had already given all the power to the student because it was part of their practicum. The student had the authority and chose to cut off competition at the knees. I didn't know it at the time, but the student actually had a vendetta against me. That was my first time of actually knowing it. Good thing HR departments are a thing. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't stop you from bitter students. And there was a rivalry that had been brewing, and I didn't know about it. See, That was the student who was known for being kind of the school's special, gifted student in the field. This student was supposed to take over and, shake up the industry, and then couldn't get some of the things done. And then here comes along a student who does not have good grades, who does not have the background that the student has. And I was making projects that apparently made that person very bitter. I found out over the following year just how severe that bitterness actually was. And sometimes that sort of stuff can be incredibly discouraging. And you then want to say, well, what's the point? You make something, you spend dozens, even hundreds of hours doing something, and nobody appreciates it. That would actually happen again a couple of years later. But this time it was going to be for a professional entity. A professional entity who blew gasket because they would rather blow gasket over somebody who was expendable than to acknowledge the role that they played in something going wrong. Never just assume that you're on the right. But also, never try and get even. There might be a reason why things didn't pan out the way that it did. Because in the end, you know what, that project, the failed project in which the student rejected my work, something happened over those following months. I learned to become self-reliant. I would not have been able to do that if I had other students to work with. That student ended up poisoning the well with a lot of people, and thus I learned how to do all stages of production. That helped out tremendously in my work. I have had to spend a whole lot of time being the only person in production. I would not have had that skill set if that student had not pushed me aside. Now, could it have been better? Could I have gotten a better job if that had happened? If I had gotten that success? Maybe. But maybe not. It might have been a momentary success. Might not have been long term. All that to say, struggle is going to be different for everybody. And you can't necessarily know what the fallout's going to be. But you can't get bitter over it. Or you must try not to get bitter over it. Otherwise, it will eat you alive. And there might be a reason for it. And you just have to be patient and wait for when clarity will come about. You know, there was one more moment in which that came into play. So the student caused an immense amount of frustration. I got introduced to what it was like to deal with discouragement. There are people I know who get discouraged and immediately jump ship. I can understand why. It can get very frustrating when things don't pan out, when things feel like there's nothing but frustration and failure to be had. Incredibly frustrated. But that raises a question. Is frustration bad? Is it bad to be frustrated? Or is it something else? I've been frustrated many times throughout my life. It's something I'm trying to get better at, but I still struggle with frustration. I'm fighting with an animation that has been causing me a lot of headaches. I've gotten very frustrated and discouraged trying to get over it. But frustration does make us stronger, but not in the way that we may think. It doesn't make us stronger in the sense of like, I can take on bigger and better things because of my frustration. What frustration many times does is it teaches patience. Patience in a world that is incredibly impatient. When you have to be patient with people that are not, that is overwhelming. There's a guy that I know, he works in did work in the film industry. He was decent. I won't say he was great. He was decent at what he did. And one day, he failed at a project. People ridiculed him for it. And so what he did was he said, well, that was fun. And he went off and he found another career. He gave up. One thing I hope I never end up doing is quitting when things get hard. I hate quitting when a project goes awry. Sometimes I have to. There's no way around it. Sometimes my skill set's not there. But I don't stop thinking about it. I don't stop trying to recreate it or restore it. Because in the end, I want to see the success. I want to feel like, yes, there is an opportunity to try and restore it. There's a couple of projects where they've been in they've been on the back burner for a decade plus. I don't want to give up on those projects. I want them to find success eventually, but I have to wait until my skill set catches up. I don't want to be the type of person that quits, but there are many people in this world that do quit in a moment, because for them, it was never about trying to achieve something great. For them, a lot of times it's that they're trying to do something, and when they don't see that success, they immediately think, well, maybe it's not meant to be. Endurance is hard. In fact, there's a game that my brother and I used to play all the time called Age of Empires. Now, most people are actually quite familiar with that game. It's a fun game, and my brother and I excelled at one thing that other people could not. We had endurance. In fact, we had kind of a strategy in many ways of where we would kind of reset. Things would get frustrating, and one person would take a moment to kind of get a breather, and the other person would kind of hold the line until that person reestablished themselves. Now, we excelled at that. It didn't always work, but we excelled at it far better than the average player. As such, we had an incredible win ratio. Our win ratio was close to 80 to 90%, depending on the week. 80 to 90% in a game where most people can't even get 50%. Because we understood endurance. See, we would not allow the game to be over quickly. We would force it into long matches whenever we could. We would play the long game because we knew that our strength was not in winning early on. It was in winning when everyone else was quitting. In fact, most people would just quit because they would get discouraged at the realization that they were not breaking us early, and that they would start to see their ranks breaking slowly but surely, at which point we knew we had them. Game after game, we did that sort of technique, and it drove people crazy. And it was actually kind of comical to see, because it should have been so easy. They could have just used the same technique. But most people are not patient. Most people don't like the idea of having to wait and endure. They want to see immediate gratification. They want to see immediate victory. Victory is never, well, not never, but it's rarely going to be fast. It's rarely going to be successful. Many times it's going to take a lot of effort. Speaking of taking a lot of effort, there's a guy that is out there who makes a product that is, how should we say, has its pros and cons. It's kind of interesting. I actually had a debate with him just earlier today. It's kind of weird that he actually would recognize who I was. Well, he would actually respond to me. It's kind of very weird in that sense. Actually, we have his audio file here. Let's see here. The guy that I had the very short Twitter chat with.
Who the fuck is Jeff?
Exactly. Young Ripa was trying to defend his comics, and I pointed out something to a friend, and lo and behold, he popped into the conversation. It's like, okay, well, Bigwig decides to come down and talk to us plebs. But anyway, it was interesting to see, not because he's a celebrity or anything, but it's more like he's somebody who has been successful, but he's also encountered a lot of challenges in his production. Some people are trying to be very discouraging towards what he's making. Some people are kind of fed up with a lot of stuff that he does. But one thing is kind of been standing out to me about his projects. He does not take criticism very well. And a lot of the things I've seen over the years of him kind of makes me think that more and more. Now, why do I bring that up? Because in discouragement, we can sometimes become so frustrated that we start to lash out at other people as a solution for that frustration. I feel like far too many people on social media use that as a line of defense when it really shouldn't be. It doesn't take much to have a casual conversation with people. It doesn't take much to try and soothe the social media savage, you could say, just by having a little kindness. But if you get used to lashing out, whether it's for a student that doesn't accept your work in something that would get them recognized on a on kind of a regional level, or whether it's an employer that throws a fit over the stuff you're doing because they don't want quality, or if it's a friend that gives you some discouraging statements about your product and suddenly you feel defensive, or whether it's a social media influencer who has a multi-million-dollar empire. We all are vulnerable to discouragement, and it's up to us to try and still have decorum in our frustration. You can be frustrated. Heaven knows I've been frustrated a lot in my life. But what sort of frustration are you going to share with others? You can be frustrated, but don't let it destroy you. Don't let it tear others down in the process. That's the takeaway. What's the thing in the top corner? Top corner. Which side of the top corner? Are you referring to this area over here, where it is like almost this color palette up here? Okay. Let me show you this. I don't use this as often as I used to. This is actually a really neat thing. So let's say that you're a painter. This is very useful. You can be able to come in here and treat this like a palette. I wish they would get rid of the transparency background, but oh well. So if I want to take this, let's say that I want to do something that's going to be fiery out there. I can take this and I can blend them together, and I can start to grab colors from here if I'm doing a painting. So now, for example, let's say that I'm going to be painting right out here. Unlock this. So I turn on my paintbrush. Let's come to an oil paint. Okay, so amount of paint, density of paint, there we go. So if I choose the color picker, so whenever I come over here, it automatically starts to grab this, and I can be able to paint a lot faster. This is huge if you're going to be doing like really detailed paintings and you want to have uniform colors. I should have done that for this project as a whole. But it helps out tremendously, and I have used it effectively in the past, but this is something where pro artists will use this thing all the time, and it transforms their artwork a lot. But I also just saved myself a whole bunch of button clicks in the process. And that's one of the best parts about it. Now we got fire. All right. let's delete that. This program is so great, and that is one of the reasons why. So many great things about this program. Yep, glad to help. I really enjoyed putting in scratches. It's so easy to do, and it just adds so much detail. I heard they recently added an option to delete empty layers. So if you have 100 layers, the program can delete all not used ones. Oh, that's actually a really nice idea. Now, I don't use those sorts of layers anymore. I used to have that problem all the time, so that's really good for people that are probably new to the program. I've gotten very used to avoiding that sort of tactic just because of how I was trained through the tutorials online. Actually, we need to call it quits here. We've been going on for half an hour longer than what I was intending, which is fine. It was partially because of the raid, but we do need to call it here. Let me, we'll do that before we finish up this area, just because this is going to take a little bit extra time to do. We'll finish this up 100% tomorrow, along with the other images that need to be done. It says, have it fair indeed. Very diabolical, I'm sure. Oh, yeah, feedback. Yes, I can do that. Yes, I was going to do that, and I got distracted. My apologies. Let me pull that up. Okay, let me save this right here and close it. We're going to start on a new image right here, and then we're going to come over to the art. Ooh, nice improvement. All right, let's open this up. Grab copy image. Okay, come over here and paste. This is the lovely art done by Jersey. Indeed, turned out very well. So let's go over some ways to develop this character even more. And now a lot of this is subjective. I will say that a whole lot of the things that can be done are subjective. So let's go into some pointers here. One of the things that you will find with art is that shapes and silhouettes help out tremendously for your illustrations. Right here, you have a pretty good silhouette, and so you definitely have that part figured out. Now, one of the other things you can do is try to figure out form. Now, one of the things that everybody is going to struggle with in form is areas like, okay, let's change this brush around a little bit. Let's do the correction brush in red here. It's the mouth and the eyes. Now this part is difficult to try and figure out because it all depends on the sort of style you're going with. If you've ever seen the Peanuts, you'll see this kind of on display. The characters have a very rigid face. It's part of the style. It was how the cartoon artist, Schultz, was able to make so many comics over his life. So if we were to try and do that, for example, if we were to try and correct the jaw, one of the things we'd have to try and do is figure out the form of the face. So one of the things that you would end up doing is you would come in and you would have to start drawing multiple times how the face structure is set up. So you start off by figuring out your grid, and then you start thinking, okay, I want the nose to be around here. I want the mouth to be right about here, typically. Unless you're going to be angling it further up, then yes, that would come in more handy for something like that. So let's go somewhere in between, just for the sake of it. So we're going to come somewhere in between. From there, we're going to start to say, okay, well, now where is the... Now I'm going to turn this layer even more of a ghost on back there. So we figure out our eyes. And then we start figuring out the shape for something like the nose. So now one of the things that people will do is they will create like actual shapes for their illustrations. And sometimes they'll even do things like they'll create the eye block or something like that. And that will help them figure out like cheek structure in the eyebrow. And then down here, they'll do something along the lines of trying out a variety of different mouth structures. But let's stick with the same sort of structure that you had right here. And one of the things that really helps out for characters, if you really want their emotion to stand out, make the mouth bigger. If you make it bigger and more exaggerated, it adds even more emotion to your character. But if you do that, then suddenly you're left with a challenge. You have to then start to figure out how much their mouth needs to stretch open to try and compensate. Maybe add a little bit more of a tongue in there. Something like that. Another thing that can help out for is things like the hand, because the hands turned out pretty well. But one of the things to always remember is your shape. So your structure. So right here, this is where the wrist is pretty much going to be, and then you have to start figuring out where the palms are. The palms are a little stretched, which may be perfectly fine for the character. It's been a while since I've seen the Splatoon characters, but it still helps regardless of what sort of style to still figure out proper blocking. And this helps for getting a little bit more refined form. Now, this is not anything that's like must do sort of stuff. This is more like just trying to figure out some different techniques to help speed up your art process. But it will also find it helps out with some of your form. Like some of the fingers are a little wonky. And so this helps to give you like a better idea of where the fingers need to go. But it is still very, very subjective. They have big hands. Okay, thanks for the update on that one. Not the anatomy again. Indeed. She is supposed to look like she had her head tilted back a little bit while glancing down slightly. So that would make sense. One of the other things to remember is clothing. So now this is the part that this really comes into play. So it helps to try and figure out form just because you believe a character better if it feels rigid. it still has to be soft, but it has to have rigid elements to it. But when it comes to the clothing, this is where it gets frustrating, because clothing is naturally very organic feeling. So you want to try and figure out, okay, where are like the points of contact here? All right, now we have the sleeves that are going to be rolled up. Well, sleeves are going to kind of have this crisscross sort of design. So notice how one kind of overlaps and the other one comes up and over. Sometimes it helps to kind of invert it down here because you've rolled up the sleeve. And by the way, there are a whole lot of tutorials about how to do clothing. And so it is very, very subjective. The top part's going to kind of be void of wrinkles, but then we're going to come down here. Clothing is going to be at a point, and then it hangs off like this. So what we're going to do is we're going to have it come down like this. We're going to bunch it up around these points right here. Up. So notice it doesn't have as many wrinkles, but the wrinkles feel more striking as a result. And so thus we can make them a little bit thicker in that sense. The other thing to also remember, now this is, again, very subjective based upon your style. It's line weight. So let's keep working on this piece right here. We're going to erase a little bit. Okay, that's too much. Okay, there we go. Erase just a little bit. Trying to figure out line weight is something I'm still trying to get better at. Let's say, for example, we're going to do something like this. It goes thicker towards the shadows. And that way it helps to give some extra dimension to your drawing. And it's not necessarily guaranteed to, let's see here. It's not guaranteed to always work out. You have to do a lot of kind of experimentations with this. But line width is something that a lot of people will master, and they barely have to think about it in the future just because it becomes so second nature. And I'm kind of learning that later on in life. I should have learned this early on. I should have practiced inking far, far earlier. So right here we have like a fold right here where everything's kind of thicker around here. So we want to try and extend the line width so it looks like there is a shadow right along there. This one's along the top, so it's a bit thinner. Now this is thicker down here, so try to add that in a little bit more. So notice how that sort of design turned out. It's not great, but what it does do is it adds some extra dimension to our character, and thus it has that cartoon feel, but it starts to get kind of a more organic, lively feel. It doesn't feel so much like vector art. It feels more like it is personalized. I have hard times drawing shirt collars. Shirt collars. So everyone's got a strength, everyone's got a weakness. I'm actually pretty decent at shirt collars. Let me go over my technique for this. I struggle at some other things, and one of those things, though, is symmetry. I'm very bad with symmetry. So let's say, for example, we want to have a collar. One of the things that we have to try and do is create, like with the face and the hands, we have to create a form. We're going to keep it with the same sort of style that you have here. My favorite one to have is kind of a fold-over collar. but we're going to keep it like this. All right, so now we're going to fade that out. We're going to make this a little bit more transparent back here. And now we're going to come in here and start to fill this in. And when we do this, we have to make sure to maintain its thickness. So that means we have some extra line details to make it stand out. There, kind of like that. A relatively simple thing when you start to think of it in terms of a shape. But yeah, if you go about in those sorts of techniques, I think you will see your style improve a lot. Because you definitely have a good foundation. But now you know how to take it to the next level. Never stop experimenting, never stop growing. But yeah, we're going to be calling it there, folks. Let me see if we have the ability to raid anybody tonight. Yep, glad to be able to assist. Ooh, wow, there's a lot of people out there today. What happened? Suddenly everybody's streaming. In the middle of the night? Wow. Is Twitch doing something that is causing everyone to be out and about? Well, golly, there's people on here that I haven't seen in years. Almost exactly. Well, we're going to go over and visit, okay, let's see here. Not very many people are doing art today. All right, stand by just a second. I got the ads. All right, we're going back over to Jeff Henson. We will do that. We were over there during the last raid, and we're going to go over and show him some support yet again. Oh, wait. Never mind. I found someone else that's doing art right now. I think. Yes? No! Oh my goodness, nobody's doing art. All the artists are not doing art. Okay, you know, we're going to go over to someone else. It's Mahali. It's been a while since we rated him. We're going to go over and show him some support. Have a very pleasant evening and morning, everybody. No matter where you are in your journey of life, be civil to one another. And we will see you next time, whenever that is. All right, heading on over there in 3, 2, 1. To the rest of you folks out there, have a good evening. See you next time.